My sound is coming through. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. Yep. All right. This is Mike Sidham of BlurdDotRadio, reporting live from the Museum of Science and Industry. From Bernard's table. Bernard, if you want to come over here.
Thank you, sir.
Tell the people about yourself.
Um, I'm a teacher, teach high school, teach STEM, applied technology, and I was teaching a number. I was teaching at Chicago Public Schools for a while.
Okay.
Then I decided to go closer to my home in the southern suburbs,
Okay.
so the rich east. And I was a kindergarten teacher for a while.
Nice.
And then I decided to go into STEM consulting. So now I'm the CEO of STEM City Chicago Metaverse, and I facilitate programs and activations around education and esports.
Tell me about STEM City Chicago. How long has that been around?
STEM City is a metaverse platform, been around for about 6 years.
Okay.
I've been involved with it for about 5 years, and I'm responsible for metaverse development, Web3 technologies like integrating
Okay.
NFT marketplaces for content creators.
Very cool. Very cool. Breakdown. So, and I showed this to folks. I'm not a tech person.
Yes, it's like, I was like, man, but that thing is worth some money.
Oh, uh, describe the metaverse for somebody like me that knows only that it exists. I don't know what you can do with it. I don't know how you get into it. I don't know what vehicle you use to traverse it or what's there.
Yeah. For us old schoolers who was around when the internet first started, when like the World Wide Web and
The information.
the information, yeah. And that was Web one.
Right on.
And then the emergence of social media like Twitter, MySpace, these networks that was considered Web point two.
Okay.
So it's just in the first, just like 5G, 2G. So it's just a generational of the internet. Now Web three, when the third generation of the technology. And the difference between Web three and Web two is more network based. Now Web three entails the network based, but is more immersive.
Okay.
For example, using headsets, 3D environments, and is more interactive in terms of just sitting at a screen, pressing a control. Now you're using your hands, and it's more of an interactive environment.
How does one surf between, I want to call them sites? Because again, I don't know the metaverse.
Mm.
If I want to go from this website to this website, do I just like click it in? Do I hop on the train in the metaverse? Do I get on like a flying car? Like, how do
Well, yeah, like American Online, and you have different platforms to log into certain apps. For example, there's Horizon,
mm,
even metaverses like Minecraft.
yeah, yeah.
You'll have to log in, and then you will actually take advantage of the assets. For example, Sandbox. That's a metaverse. In order to buy stuff on the internet, it has to be on the Sandbox platform, metaverse platform.
Okay,
Like I use the Engage, which is a metaverse platform.
okay.
So I will have to log into that platform in order to be engaged in the metaverse.
Interesting.
Horizon is one. Trying to think of Banner.
Okay.
There's one that's called Banner that's on the Oculus headset.
Okay.
So folks that log into the Oculus would download that app, and it would immerse them into that metaverse platform.
So for somebody with limited technology, in order to get into the metaverse, there's the Oculus. What are the other ways to enter into this platform? I imagine you need some sort of visor.
Well, not really. You can actually log in from your tablet, your laptop.
Okay.
But for example, you can log in to Verizon and other metaverse, and you just use your keystrokes,
Okay.
just like a gamer.
Okay.
Just like a gamer would use the WAS keys and 40 keys, you would maneuver in that same environment. So look at it as a chat room,
hmm
but you have an avatar.
Okay. So like Second Life or
Yes, exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. So the Web3, if I can narrow it down,
Mhm.
you would be a avatar interacting in this Web3 environment instead of just keystrokes.
Now let me ask you this: where do you see the potential of the? Where do you specifically see the potential of the metaverse? I've heard lots of commenters with different applications that they think this thing will take on. Where do you think it will?
I would think the most strongest point is the entertainment industry.
Okay.
To do more visual, interactive,
Mm.
and it allows the performer to be more interactive with their fans.
Okay.
For example, a couple of artists and a couple of rap artists have done this.
Mm.
They have held their concerts inside the metaverse, and folks who buy tickets, for example, or log in, they can interact with that star or that rapper or that entertainer
Okay.
as they're inside that metaverse.
Very.
And so, and this is great because you see, you won't have the liability of if you had a star here,
Yeah.
everybody
Yeah. Right up to 'em.
exactly can run up to them. But if you're in the metaverse, you can run up to them, you can talk, you can interact with them, and it's a more of a safe, more visual
Nice.
experience.
Very cool.
And so like that's where the whole group for the innovation, if you could come in and create something that's going to entice that, you got something.
Very cool. Very, very cool. Well, I look forward to that. Well, I'll let you get back to your station. Last question I got for you is where can people find you? Where can people find out about what you're doing? Is it easy to find people in the metaverse? Can you just like,
Yeah, you know something, you just go to LinkedIn,
Mhm.
type in Bernard Key,
Okay.
and then just shoot me an invite,
KEY.
KEY,
Okay.
and you will see my work, my metaverse, as well as some information in terms of how to embedded in this immersive technology.
For sure. For sure. Well, Bernard, thank you so
Thank you,
much.
sir. Pleasure.
I'm gonna be interviewing people, I guess, from the station. This is where David took me.
Cool, cool.
Um,
Is this too loud?
no,
That's it.
no, it's not. Oh, last question. And I'm gonna be asking this to everybody. And I know the answer, but the people at home don't know the answer. Xbox or PlayStation?
Xbox.
Xbox?
Yeah.
Why Xbox?
PlayStation is overrated.
Hmm.
When Xbox 5 came out, everybody was on the wait list. Everybody was damn near ready to kill their mama. Same games, same graphic. The only difference is that when you turn on the button, it's a little glittery and it's a little fancy. But in terms of a workhorse, Xbox, and the games play the same.
Nice. There you go. All right. Well, thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, sir.
Um, BlurdDotRadio, BLURDDOT, radio, live from the Museum of Science and Industry.
Okay. Yeah. Uh, so hold on. Yeah, turn your wheel. Yeah. Press it twice on the brake twice. Yep, all right, and turn the wheel. Oh, yeah, it's always saying, huh? Turn. You turn the eyes.
What are you guys actually promoting here? Just the game? What are you guys doing here? Thank you. Getting there to break. Yeah. Don't make him so touch break.
Turn. Yeah, well, you want to push out the. Up the something break.
Oh, he's on the break. We're on the break, guys. Okay, got it. Yep, there we go. There we go. Thank you.
Turn.
What? Oh, yeah.
How you doing? Of course, he's I'm Mike. I don't know your name. Brown. How you doing? Emmanuel. Nice to meet you. Turn the other way. Turn around. Okay. Nice. You know what I'm Turn. Hey, Emmanuel. You want to get interviewed? Yeah, why not? All right. Sure. This is Mike Sidman with BlurdDotRadio. I'm here with Emmanuel.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
Emmanuel, what are we doing here at the Museum of Science and Industry?
So I'm here with my dad, Bernard Key, just kind of exhibiting esports and I racing, it's kind of something that I've been in since I was pretty young, and now as a engineer, it's just kind of cool to just be able to give back. So
What kind of engineering?
software engineer.
That's very, very cool.
Yeah, yeah.
In that world of software engineering, are you working in gaming? Are you working in apps?
Yeah, so I'm actually in banking now, finance. But I've had internships in consulting. I was at LinkedIn previously. So just kind of being in like all these different industries is cool. I think it would be cool to kind of pivot more into gaming, but the gaming industry is just so intense for software engineers, just like think about like all of these tight deadlines, crunch times, and everything. So the reason why I chose banking is because one, um, there's a lot of money in it. Just like being honest, of course.
Yes, bank.
Yeah,
There's really a lot of money.
exactly. And then also, at a bank, like you're not, I guess the focus of the company. So it's a lot more chill. Like, and I think that and I think that there's better work-life balance as well. So
Let me ask you this: PlayStation or Xbox?
Xbox
Sega or
forever.
Nintendo?
N- I mean, I was born in 2003, so
See,
I
you
kind
a
of
lot of
grew up
good
like on Xbox. Yeah. So, one thing though I'll say is like I was never a Nintendo person. Like,
You don't like Mario?
not really. No. Like, I always hated Smash. I always hated Mario. Everything. But I always grew up playing Halo. Like, I grew up on like Halo 3, Modern Warfare 1, 2. So
So like a lot of first person.
exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's this subject of first person shooters. Kendrick or Drake?
Kendrick,
Yeah.
easily. Yeah,
Definitely
yeah,
Drake fans out there.
yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
out there are hardcore.
I mean, I like his music, but just like Kendrick. If I had to pick, definitely Kendrick, easily. So
If somebody would have asked you before the battle, would it have still been Kendrick?
yeah, I think so. Yeah, I've always been like more into. I mean, I like both like the more lyrical rap and also the more melodic like pop rap. But if I had to pick one, like I've definitely been more into like the conscious and lyrical rap for sure. So okay, so my top one is Quasimodo actually. I'm a huge fan of his. So he's my top one. Like that's my goat. Just like yeah, he's not the best rapper of all time, but like for personal favorites, definitely one is Quasimodo. Very unique style, production. Two, I'll have to say Sava. Um, so my top five isn't based off of like like the most talented rappers, but like just like the rappers who I enjoyed the most. So Quasimodo, Saba, I'd say Westside Gun is in there too, MF Doom, uh, in no order except for um Quaz at a one, and then five, I don't know. I'll have to think about that.
It's always the hard.
I'll have to go through my playlist honestly, but Big L is probably up there though for sure. So kind of like all over the place. Yeah, kind of all over the place. But producers is like a lot easier for me though.
Bad member out.
I mean, they both have a lot of longevity, but I think that's tough. I almost can't pick. I almost can't pick. Honestly, I might say recently maybe Alchemist. Um, but all time I can't pick. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie.
Alchemist said bad though.
He just
Would you do back when versus was the thing? There was like
right.
versus with Madness. He was like Madness could kill me.
I don't know. I don't know. If you just hit A on the controller, you can start. Um, really, yeah. I didn't know that he said that actually.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay. I mean, that's fair. Like both of them just have so many hits from like the early night or from the late '90s, early 2000s, and on. Even like now, like Madlib with Freddie Gibbs, Alchemist with Freddie Gibbs. Both of them just have so many crazy projects and stuff. So mm, probably for overall discography, Freddie Gibbs. Um, yeah, I would say definitely Freddie Gibbs, but Benny is still tough though. I actually met him once in LAX. He was about my height, about my height.
That's
So
always what I'm curious about. I used to
yeah,
go to concert venue,
uh-huh.
and so I've met so many rappers that were like this tall or this tall.
Yeah,
Fabulous. It's a tall man.
really. Okay.
Jermaine Dupri.
It's short. Yeah. Yeah, but I feel like you kind of tell that he's like short though,
Yeah.
I think. But
Oh yeah.
yeah. Yeah, Benny is like he was like around like 5'10", 5'11", 6 foot around there, give or take an inch. So he was cool though. He was like nice. He was nice. I was kind of intimidated to actually go up to him, but
Man calls himself the butcher.
exactly, exactly. I was definitely scared, but he was actually chill and everything. So
I don't want to take you too far from the monitor.
all good, all good.
Who you are, where you can be found.
Emmanuel Key, just graduated from college, computer science.
Congrats.
Thank you, appreciate that. Instagram, Emmanuel Key, 2 M's, and the key has 2 Y's at the end. So appreciate that.
Hey man, appreciate you, man. For sure. BlurdDotRadio. We will be back with another interview at some point. Sorry to the racing.
There's you are doing. Man, taste that.
Is this
That
mine?
Good. Yeah. That's a $6 donut. Take
$6.
yeah, almost $12.
Fans are pretty good.
I mean, I had my
Donuts off for 50 cents.
yeah, man. I had my first stand donut a couple of weeks ago just because I refused to spend that much on a freaking donut.
Yeah.
But but they're pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to go on delete some of these photos so I can record this. Something I could actually tell like the tourism from other countries are down because on the summer days and this time last year it was packed.
Yeah.
It was packed. I mean, I had a line. I was set up for what
Is this free to play?
Oh yeah, of course, go ahead. And press down to start live. If you want to get on that one, like you want to go. What's this?
Hey.
Always suck in the Formula One game.
Really?
Yeah, I have to hit a turn straight into the.
Yeah, I'm not a big racing game person either.
Well, that's the middle of the racing good racing games.
Yeah, like
And like realistically, like Mario Kart is fun, but like
I feel yeah.
what's the one? Gran Turismo is a lot of fun. Need for Speed is also a good one.
Yeah, I like that. I played the crew as well. Like that game was fun. The crew. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I downloaded it. So I have a PlayStation. I'm on the PlayStation Network. They offer free games from time to time.
Yeah, yeah.
But I feel like because they're free, I really appreciate it.
Fair.
That's David Jones. And
So that's
really good interview.
Not right now. Doug, watch it.
David Jones. That's interesting. Open.
Did you go to DreamCon?
No, but I missed it this year. I usually go to BlurdCon
Okay,
in
gotcha,
DC.
gotcha. How was that?
Fun,
It's fun.
a lot of fun.
Did you cosplay as anyone?
No, fun fact about me, I'm pretty geeky, but I hate costumes. I have no
Fair, fair, fair.
I don't know why. I just can't. One, I got this much hair. I don't know who I'm gonna dress up as.
That's a few people.
Yeah, like
Could be.
three.
Yeah.
Oh, there's this one anime character that wears a headband and white suits. Like that's not.
Could have done like Usopp. Did you watch One Piece? Yeah, did you watch One Piece?
I have watched it. The guy with the slingshot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he has lots.
I thought he had like pustules.
Kinda. Actually, it's his dad who has lots. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, locks are
Pretty rare. Yeah.
cosplay, Halloween. I don't know what I mean. But no, BlurCon is a lot nicer. Room packed with black people, and nobody's worried about anything happening to anybody.
Yeah.
It's a very safe space.
Sorry.
I will say it's way overcrowded.
Really?
If a fire were to break out in there, people would get turned. Like shoulder to shoulder. Just about every place you go. In a hotel, it's like
Yeah. See,
really good. But yeah, it's a lot. You go to DreamCon?
honestly, like, I'm not. I mean, it's just fun, but I don't know like what I would do when I go there. Like I don't know.
Find people?
Yeah, like I have some friends I can go with, but like what actually happens like at the conference or at the convention? You just like meet people and stuff.
mhm.
Okay.
How old are you?
21.
Well, lots of 21-year-old stuff to get.
I'm 22 now, actually. But
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Okay.
Lots of adult consumption happening. Um,
So it's
not
a lot of
hard.
partying and stuff.
What's that?
I said so. It's just a lot of like partying and stuff.
There's
Right.
always, and all of them, there's some sort of like dance event every night.
Okay.
But really just going is finding people that you've never met from another part of the country and getting along and meeting you have something to share it into.
Yeah.
That's why
Okay. That's cool.
that and this is a blurred podcast.
Okay. Yeah, I had seen it at the top.
Yeah. Yeah, so not hard to find friends at this level. There was at BlurCon there was an anime theater. And we hung out in the anime theater, sitting in the crowd of people yelling at the screen.
What's
A lot of fun.
your favorite anime?
What's that?
I said, what's your favorite anime?
Of all time? I am from the Dragon Ball generation, but I stopped keeping up with Dragon Ball when Super came out, and I saw that their hair was just going to change a different color.
Yeah.
It's like, so we're just doing that. It's going to power level. No thanks. Um, I gotta think about that one. I haven't been in the anime in a long time.
Okay.
Yu Yu Hakusho,
Okay.
one of my favorites.
I started it. I couldn't get into it. I'm
No?
a huge Hunter x Hunter fan.
Yeah. When it comes to, well, I've seen, it's funny. I tried to get into Hunter x Hunter. I think I got to the first episode. A friend of mine laughed at me because I was like, the episode where they were just running down the hall. She was like, that was like half an hour in. And I was like, that's as far as I can make.
Oh man.
I don't know. At some point,
Hunter x Hunter is easier to start than Yu Yu Hakusho.
yeah, I believe that. I believe that.
Because I tried to start it. It was like good. It was good. It just wasn't. Well, it was hard to get into for me.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I hear that it gets good towards the end.
It gets good in the beginning. Because in the beginning, Yusuke is fighting people way stronger than him. So he has to like figure out how to beat him without being stronger than them.
Yeah.
At one point, he put shoes on his hands because the guy's shooting electricity at him. and somehow that like blocks, rubber,
Yeah,
making so you don't get electrocuted. Like watching them use strategy is pretty good.
yeah.
Then eventually it just turns into a tournament anime. So
Oh,
he's always like training to fight this guy and this person. Yeah. Like, I don't know, I guess. I was always a bigger fan of movies than I was series, because movies are shorter. Um, I am of the Ninja Scroll, Akira Ghost in the Shell generation. If you know anybody born in the 80s, one of those three was their first anime movie. Their older cousin bought it for them on VHS. Tried to get into Demon Hunter.
okay.
Couldn't get in. Like, at the point where I think it's anime speeches I can't do anymore.
Okay.
If somebody's like crying and making a long speech, I'll turn it on. Yeah,
You tired of it?
yeah, I can't sit and focus on whatever this person's talking
I
about.
might hate One Piece then.
Yeah,
It's a lot of those in One Piece. I said,
people love One Piece.
yeah, oh yeah. It's
Good thing-
definitely, I love it. It's just like, well, I'm already caught up now, but it's just
Yeah.
like something to watch when you don't have any like other animes that are coming out and stuff.
And I'm one of those people that I don't think I want to sit down and watch 1,000 episodes.
Really? Okay.
I know a friend of mine started watching One Piece during the pandemic, and I was like, unless there's another pandemic, I'm not watching 1,000 episodes.
Yeah.
Anything.
For me, I started it like sophomore year of college, so like 2 years ago, and I caught up like in August, I want to say. Or something.
Yeah.
So
That's the time for me. No.
it was worth it though, because
Yeah.
now like anytime now anything happens, I'm already tapping and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, like,
Because think about it, when One Piece ends, even if you didn't watch the show, everybody's gonna know like what the One Piece is.
Yeah. it's
So
crazy that we don't know yet.
yeah.
Where's the dress in the grand line, right? Where is
That's why I get on.
when I started watching Down to Down, that was pretty interesting. Mind you, I was half watching it. I was like doing something else off in the background. But that's the first anime in a long time I feel like I can actually sit and
Really?
watch. Yeah. You got intimidated. Sorry, throwing numbers at it is too much. You got a favorite racing game? You got a favorite racing game? This one?
Yeah, I have to show. We actually put a notebook for NASCAR too.
Yeah.
For the reason if I have a product, if I got a business,
Mm.
I can drive a product and sell it next to
Yeah. Yeah.
it's to Lucas Boy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
All right.
There's a whole difference. So I thought take it else for a while.
Yeah.
Take it down.
Mm.
I'm gonna learn some nothing. It's also a trend
Mm.
got to do. I go and one
Okay.
that's in the front one,
Mm-hmm.
which one
Oh, sure.
so
Yeah, they're making movies and stuff.
so
Uh,
I Now,
Yeah.
sports entertainment now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they see how those like that going on journey.
True.
I'm there.
True.
So you're like, man, you know, that guy can't be another take play. Just got to stop me.
It's like every other sports gym, correct? And it's funny looking at all the sports arenas that don't want to include us. They're not popular. It's like, ain't nobody lining up for watch cricket. Water polo is not getting the Nike deal. Is this the only course in the game? Is this the only course in the game? Is this the only track? Really? This the only track? I said, this is the only track? What? This is the only track? Uh, I go. Okay, well, that's bam. Here I am cleaning my computer. Two viewers, thank you both for watching.
Yeah.
Tell you what, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play a song before my next interview. Which song, you ask? I don't know. How about Tupacalypse by Fred 33 or something like that?
40 days and 40 nights, 40 days and 40 nights, 40 days, my 8. 40 days and 40 nights, 40 days and 40 nights, my 8 bars stay rolling. Young queen from Uruguay, young lean from my UI ride. Think I'm throw my eyes low, better drive slow on this foggy night. Mine got the juice like Bishop Never. Yo chick thinking we rich forever, throwing west side on the east side. Cause I'm uptown, get your shit together. What the fuck is you scared, nigga? Better get prepared, nigga. What the fuck is you scared, nigga? Better get prepared, nigga. What the fuck is you scared, nigga? Nigga get prepared, nigga. Bet you can't get me. Yeah, nigga. When it come to crows, I'm a klepto. These birdies get you petro. Still catching that neck though. Forever necro. Told Uncle Sammy my hero. So run that De Niro fragments on the pavement. Can't say shit when on scarecrow. Reconstructing my face, limbs all over my place. Who catching bodies? Pussies on wax, talking plenty homies. Use a bumper glidey and your pops a commie. Slow dance with her, 2 left feet. That death beat, so slippery. Ain't get Ricky, no sympathy. So ain't no empathies when in these streets. Might die tonight in China wire. Vagina tight, so it kinda bite. That drip, no LSD. Love sucking dick, you telling me? Shmoney dance on my bully shit. Strip you about this pussy quick when the earth's folding in. Who the hell needs a friend, nigga? What the fuck is you scared, nigga? Better get prepared, nigga. What the fuck is you scared, nigga? Better get prepared, nigga. What the fuck is you scared, nigga? Need to get prepared, nigga. Yeah, nigga. Yeah, nigga. At the sky with a night go. Turn a black and white show to a light show. New tat on your back, got your mind blown. Lil bitch got lit like hydro. Looking at the sky with a night go. Turn a black and white show to a light show. New tat on your back, got your mind blown. Lil bitch got lit like the hydro. Looking at the sky with a night go. Looking at the sky with a night go. Looking at the sky with a night go. Looking at the sky with a night go.
I'm going to join the room now. For that question. I think
I hate that about modern games. You plug the cartridge in, you didn't have to wait.
yeah. What I noticed too about
Was a
PlayStation, it takes a whole lot of time to upload, update the game.
yeah.
And I tested this between I had my Xbox, my PlayStation, updating games. I'm like, man, to update.
Yeah. Not bad. I do like that I can download games, and
Yeah,
that's fun. It's weird not. I've heard they're trying to make it so that at least on PlayStation that you can't buy a physical copy anymore. Somebody told me they
Yeah.
went and bought a physical copy and they just got the box with a piece of paper in it.
Yep.
Uh,
Yep. The game is up there. Hey, get my quick play on that. Yep, that's a good one. Yeah, man. I'm shocked we had with a kid on that. Okay, well, it's not F1 one, and we'll keep going on.
That's there. So the elevator. Okay.
Be able to relax in a little bit.
gotcha.
Need help with anything?
It's hard right.
What, this is the, back range. What is it? Back range. Like I saying that right?
Hey, Nikki today? Nope, Nikki is at home. He said, maybe I can come with you, but she always says that as I'm leaving. I was like, no, no, no. So I ended up being later than I already was. Thank you, Ryan. The hell is commenting over here? Cut that mic on omnidirectional. Oh, hey, nigga. Why does it say it's 8:23? That's weird. There's no. We weren't talking into the microphone. We were talking over the microphone because I'm a professional. And that's how professionals do it. We are live at the Museum of Science and Industry. I'm gonna flip the camera around, get some unsolicited video of people. There's folks meandering. There's an airplane behind me. There's that. Planes and shit. And yeah, we're at Bernard and Emmanuel Keys table where they're advertising esports. As soon as the camera corrects itself, maybe I'll be able to see these screens. I say, as soon as the camera corrects itself, you son of a bitch. I just swore in front of a child. Don't tell nobody. That child is fine. All right, so now we're gonna act like we can't capture that. That's fine. I'll put on the video. How about that? You won't beat me today, internet. The Black Cinema.
Death by boredom, my autobiography. Lyrically, I'm not supposed to let these things bother me. But I'm a man with so much more inside of me. It wouldn't bother me if you would just say hi to me. Everything I've done, I should have been proud of me. But everybody judges, thoughts are getting cloudy. I should have been there a long time ago. I wasn't able to, addicted to my ego. But I played myself, now everybody hates me. If I wasn't trouble, then who would really save me? And that's why I'm so damn angry. Everybody wants me, but they just wanna change me. And I'm back on my bullshit. Talk about guns when I'm the one with the full clip. Charles Bronson, we all got a death wish. Wish upon stars so they could be like ours. And I'm starting to doubt me. Or maybe God just don't care about me. I told you before, it's getting cloudy. I can't push up, it feels like I'm drowning. If my soul's a vehicle, why I feel on empty? If you really want me, you should come and get me. The flow is YouTube, I see it in the thumbnail. The internet is everywhere, forget about your record sales. So let me remind you, you can't see it was me that blinded you. Imagine me off the Grey Goose. They still want us high and drunk, still wearing our slave suits. Old school, they still treat us like prostitutes. Our lives are in danger. They only want to stop and shoot. They only want to stop and shoot us. They only want to stop and shoot us. Yeah. Everything I've done, I should have been proud of me, but everybody judges, thoughts are getting cloudy. I should have been there a long time ago. I wasn't able to, addicted to my ego. But I played myself, now everybody hates me. If I wasn't trouble, then who would really save me? If I wasn't trouble, then who would really save me? If I wasn't trouble, then who would really save me? If I wasn't trouble, then who would really save me?
How does one
We'll be back at some point within the next few minutes. There's David Jones. He put all this together.
I'm not dodging you all. I literally have an event to run, but Mike is holding down the mic, keeping it warm for me.
He's dodging you all. All right, we'll be back.
So,
Oh, all right. Maurice, you're on BlurdDotRadio. Tell the world your name.
hey guys, my name's Maurice.
What, how old are you?
I'm 11 years old.
What's your favorite?
My favorite school subject is math.
Darren is what? Say what's up.
What's huh?
Say what's up, Darren.
What's up, Darren?
Maurice, what are you doing?
Um, we're here today to visit the museum and do a bunch of different robotics.
We're interested. Why are you interested?
Um, I I'm interested in robots because it's fun to like program stuff to do things let's say you want to program a car to like drive by itself and actually make it work, and it's gonna be cool too, especially if you make toys with that also.
What's your dream about
Um, I don't know. It might have probably a car that can go like really fast. Like
how big?
I would say like just and just like this, just this tall. So so children can still play with it, and it's not like an actual car. So because you don't want someone to get hurt.
Uh, what is
My favorite song? Well, I got a lot of songs from video games, but I don't know what my favorite is. My favorite video game in all is Sonic. I love playing those games.
you have a favorite?
Actually my favorite Sonic game would be Sonic Unleashed.
And last question. Kind Xbox against.
PlayStation. Yep, I had PlayStation for a while, so
Tell people do you have any social media opinions? Uh, do you draw outside?
yeah, actually I would either sometimes sing
You were saying.
okay. Or I would or I would play video games or just play outside in general and like play.
What are you gonna be here for?
I'm gonna be here and I'm gonna try out the mirror maze. It's like really confusing actually.
What's your friend's name?
Oh no, I'm his younger brother.
Younger brother. Haven't seen you for let me meet. Have a good time in that. Maurice's younger brother was in
Kingsley.
Kingsley. What are you doing for the science edition?
So almost the same exact as him.
Mm-hmm.
So we have yeah. So there's gonna be like a lot of people for the robotics, like making robots. Or you're gonna have a robot that can water a plant by itself. And right now we're just doing some other stuff. One of my dad's like work friends is actually making something out of cardboard that actually moves.
No, make sure to hold.
Okay.
What is your dream robot?
Mm,
If you can make a robot, you can anything. What would it be?
let's see. A robot for kids. You know those like RC cars? But I want one that's like that can do any terrain, like snow, deserts. Yeah. I mean, no. I mean, I don't know how a drone mode or something. And
Drive football. See, remember this dream room.
I mean, another thing I'd add to it is different type of wheels, spiky wheels to climb up stuff. So I can go on different terrains.
What's your favorite?
Song?
Mm.
I have multiple. Man, I can't remember any songs. I I play so many songs. I guess peace sign.
Peace sign.
Yeah.
Nice.
One of my friends. Well, a couple.
Like music.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
What is your music making?
I don't have one. Yep.
Nope. Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar. Works. Go for the pleasures.
Okay.
Before we go, Xbox or PlayStation?
PlayStation 4. My dad got like a PlayStation 5 and it took like 30 minutes just for it to load in. And he also had to wait until he got into his game. I just think it took a little longer too. You gonna try, Miss Angela? Still gonna try? Sit down.
English band.
Okay. You're gonna do some editing, all right?
I'm not gonna use games.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. First, you gotta tell me.
And we got our next guest.
Hey, thank you.
Ready?
Next guest, introduce me.
My name is Professor Angela Wells. I'm based out of Shreveport, Louisiana. I am a technologist. I currently work for City University in Seattle, Washington. I teach the healthcare program and also healthcare technology program. And so, yeah. I'm very excited to be here. This is one of my second robotics workshop that I'm hosting. Yes.
I, I,
Great. That is a good question. Well, I actually started um, in tech back in 2019. One of my mentors, Dr. Colada Berry and Dr. Maurice Dawson, actually got me started. Yeah, because I've actually been in healthcare for, I want to say, 29 years. And so it was time for me to transition because during that time it was like COVID and hey, the world was changing. So I had to keep up.
what is an argument?
Arduino is one of those, oh, Arduino was one of the small programs, like more of the brain of the robot. It just depends. And so you can use it, with what we're going to be doing today, the nanny robot and the micro simulation robot we're programming today. Yeah.
What are those?
Today, well, actually, Yeah. And so, yeah. And so, also, I wanted to talk to everyone about a groundbreaking app that me and my team have developed. It's a smart medication reminder app for those who have diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Actually, this app is being used in Africa and Uganda. And so it's one of those apps where it serves the underserved, that those, because if you, I have visited and did some work, technology work in Uganda. And so if you go out there and like, I want to say, out in the village, there's no Wi-Fi. I mean, it's just a, it's different. And so, um, I really felt sorry for them. And so, because I'm a diabetic and I understand that you have to really take care of yourself. And um, I've spoken with some of the locals there, and some of the communities, the underserved communities, the only time they get to actually check their glucose levels is when they go to the doctor. And that's a no no. You have to check your glucose levels every day. So I got to thinking about it. And so I got with some of my technologists that actually works in Nigeria, in Uganda, and we put a plan together because, they understand their culture. And we developed that app. And now this app is groundbreaking. It's being published. And also, we're going to have a conference in Japan. Yes, yes, yes. It's called Smart Medication Reminder for those who have diabetes and cardiovascular disease.
And then that public.
Yes, it is. Yes. Well, actually, you can, we're getting it set up where we can download it, and we're gonna release it to the public, I wanna say next month. Mhm. Yeah.
Um, is there anything people simply or cheap? Right.
That's a good question. It's only available for those that have Androids. Sorry, iPhone. But um, we're working on getting the contract so we can get it uploaded. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Well, tell people the name of the.
Well, it's going to be smart medication reminder. Yeah. So, mm-hmm.
So much.
And you're welcome.
If they charge.
Sure. I'm on LinkedIn. My name is Angela Wells, and Angela Wells, MBA technologist. And also, you can just Google my name, and you will actually see my work out there. And also, I forgot to mention I have a technology school in Uganda. Yes. Well, I was there doing some work, and I saw the need, and I adopted a school. And yeah,
What's the process?
well, you get with the master teacher, and you just tell them what you want to do to help the community, and they go take it from there. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is this particular like how would people in you got practice?
How? Well, actually, you can, what I will do, I can give you the information and you can just, yeah, go from there. Right, 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 right. Okay, okay. All right. Okay. And have a good one.
All right. That was Angela Wells. I got your name right. Angela Wells. Wells, Wells. Angela Wells. Bet. You're watching BlurdDotRadio. We'll be back. Stay tuned. When the class is
My name is Amaya. Hello. Yes.
what brings you to the science?
I was brought here so I could help. I was brought here so I could help volunteer with my aunt. Miss Angela. Yeah. Not really much more of an art person.
Okay.
Like drawing, painting
How long?
since second grade.
Big thing.
Anime characters.
Big.
Bungo Stray Dogs. Bungo Stray Dogs.
I'm straight.
Bungo Stray Dogs.
What's it?
It's about like it's kind of based off of like these dead authors, and they have like abilities based off on their books.
Very cool. You like
Mhm.
fair.
Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky.
You have Dutch points.
I do want to work at Illinois, and not work at. I want to go to Illinois Institute of Technology when I get older. Cybersecurity.
What are you gonna do?
Sorry, what did you say?
What are you gonna do?
I'm just gonna go help kids if they need help like with the robot stuff. And after that, I'm gonna go have lunch, and then we're gonna go to a beach party.
So people.
My name? Amaya. Mm, mm-mm.
Really good job. I didn't even go to the schools. Good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. That was Amaya on BlurdDotRadio. We'll return.
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Mims. I'm Jeffrey Mims, Chief Engineer for Lumina.
How did you get in contact with them?
Actually, Lumina is she got in contact with me. I I had a company and I did a lot of solar installation. And at the time, they were looking for a solar instructor. So I came on board and I was teaching one of the first solar classes for Lumina. And um, once I got involved with them, David, my CEO, says he wants me to stay on. I told him I was retired. He said, "No, you're not." Excuse me. No, what happens is when I talk too much, I'll have to cough a little bit. So you guys indulge me that. Yeah. So after that, um, he started me into teaching a couple of more classes for him, and we started brain trusting on concepts and theories that he had and wanted to work and bring to fruition. So that's what we did, and that's what I've been doing for him. And I went from teaching to his chief engineer, and I coordinate all of the instructors for him now, and teaching instructors so that they can teach solar.
Tell me about the black solar. How did you start? What did you start in solar? What inspired you to jump over to solar and get that started? And what was it like for that?
Okay, so I've been in the electrical fields since 1974. Um, Electrical was my hobby. When I was a youngster, I used to race slot cars and rebuild the slot car motors. Electric slot car is an electric car. They used to have Mattel used to make these figure eight cars that you used to put on a track and you race them. Well, we evolved it and went into drag racing with them. And we would put our linear tracks and we scale it down for what a quarter of a mile was, which was what they do at a drag strip. And we would design cars to race on those tracks. And we found companies that put out frames and motors and things like that and wheels. It was almost like racing real cars. And so I evolved from that as my hobby. And I went into amateur radio and I was a licensed amateur radio operator, which was my dad's hobby. So just paddling with my dad, he had all of his boys involved in electrical, electronics, mechanical, whatever. So when I went to high school, I went into electronics, and so I started my field in electronics. Um, that was when there was the vacuum tube era. Most people don't know about vacuum tubes. That was before transistors. You see a transistor radio, they used to have tubes that used to be in there and they glow inside your, and they evolved from that, went into micro uh, ICs and so forth. And now we're at a point where they grow the ICs. You know, most people don't know that, but they're so small that they actually grow a chip. And so we went from that into I went to school at Circle. At the time, that was University Illinois Circle campus off of 290. So and I was in engineering there and supporting my way through college. I was another hobby, mechanics, and so I was building, repairing cars to pay my tuition for college.
So just to get start from the breaking room to fixing.
and going to school for my degree in electrical engineering. Right. And I was using my mechanical skills to make my money to pay my tuition until my dad decided he wanted to build him a new garage and tore the garage down. And I wound up becoming an industrial electrician. And I had to step back from my engineering at Circle, and I was taking classes uh, in junior college in electronics to keep my field going while I was still working as an industrial electrician at the steel mill. And I've been all around. So we were doing all those different things and still working, going to school as well as supporting myself. Because after I graduated from high school, my dad said, okay, you got to support yourself now. You know, I don't support you no more, which is okay. Um, so I wound up starting an electrical contractors company, which is bringing me around to dealing with solar. So one of my classmates introduced me to a guy that he knew that needed an electrician to do some work for him in a landfill. In the landfill, they were at the end of the landfill, and the landfill was filled up and covered over, but inside the earth, it was weeping. M- m- Moisture and things from what was buried in the ground, and they had to discharge into the sanitary people. So it was discharging so much that it caused the alarms to go off on their receiving tanks, and they traced it back to the landfill with leach being discharged into their system, and they needed someone to find out what was going on. So when I went over there to find out what was going on, we determined that somebody had taken the valve out. And so there was no control to monitor or regulate how much was flow going back to the sanitary people. And because the landfill now no longer is operational, there's no electric, no nothing to provide power for the valve that they took out or the new valve that needed to go in. I wound up uh, putting the new valve back in, and we had to power it. And so the way we powered it was using solar energy. And so that bridged me into solar energy.
What year?
This would have been 1996.
Where was the solar field in 1996? Where was the solar field in 1996? Easy, where was this? With a kernel.
And brand new is wide open. In fact, I ordered the panels out of California because not very many places was producing uh, what was needed. And so once we did that, and then I had to go to um, the metropolitan plants that was operational in Michigan and look at what they were doing and bring that technology over and reverse engineer it into what was needed over there. And as we did that, and it had a recorder and everything on it, I can monitor and see how much discharge was coming from the land. By the time they had found out how much was there, the land wasn't discharged no more. It dumped everything it was gonna dump. And so we wound up tying that into the telephone company so they could feed it back to their plant. And it was a T1 line, allowed them to be able to read what the controls were doing and so forth. And the power that controlled it was solar energy. And so that's when I started learning about solar energy and researching and reading on it and growing on it and building it from that point. So with my industrial background, controls was nothing to me because I've worked on controls pretty much all of my professional career. And so it just how I wound up with that solo. Took you around the world to get you there, but that's where we at.
What about that brought you out of time?
I had a passion for research and development, and David opened up that passion again. He allowed me to be able to deal with research and development, so I could take concepts, and I like to reverse engineer concepts. I don't my you'll hear me say I don't invent the wheel. I don't want to reinvent the wheel, but I will put another spin on it. And so with research and development, it allows me to be able to be more creative. And that's what Lumina is offering me.
What do you see? And with that, I don't know how close we are starting. Where do you see Lumina next year?
Oh, we're growing so fast now with different concepts and theories. We're doing projects with cutting technology. There's no telling where we're going to be next year, but it'll be on the cutting edge for sure with a major growth.
Well, thank you for your time. Tell the people who they just heard with what you're passionate.
Well, you've been listening to Jeff Mims, and I'm with Lumina working as a chief engineer, and we are working on creating new concepts and theories for the future. And we look forward to being able to present and open up new possibilities.
Thank you.
Pleasure. All right. BlurdDotRadio. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I'll edit it out if anything weird happens. For sure. For sure. Doesn't. There you go. BlurdDotRadio. We'll be back.
So, that's really bad when they do that. It's part of that. Some certain microwave, and two circle motors, and charger and wheels. And you never get the balance out to space. Oh. All of that stuff you shut down. You have a little serialized, there's milk carton, right? When you have a light, you can run down the light. When you have a computer, you're okay. Well, bring that file, come way back, and there you go. You made it up. Now, hopefully you guys are looking at robot today. I'm gonna start using video, but I think I'm gonna help you do this too, but I want to show you the video. We're gonna watch some clouds, with all of. And so that's just put all the parts together. I put the downstairs, my gonna start with up and fourth and fifth grade. These books show kids to program, use, fix, robot, rewind, and robot. Brand, I am done. So I have any questions, I will put them in the camera. The box. Thank you. Yes, thank you. So I did a presentation at the Children's Museum, and the little girl was like, "That's Rosie the robot." I said, "How you know who Rosie is?" That was a robot when I was little. Rosie's back on like Nick at Night now. The Jetsons. Did you see Rosie? Anybody seen Rosie on the Jetsons? So he's wrong. That's a robot, like a second, like not. So they hired the robot. She was a maid on the Jets. So that was Rosie the maid robot. Question in the back. Or you should try to, yeah.
But can you maybe touch a little bit on who might want to pursue a career like this and maybe get those hurdles of how to go to the well, like until you want to like on the
I'm just watching you right now. You're going to be a genius. You're going to have this. You already have this guy is high. But I'm going to really look at when you say, don't be stuff. Put it together, when you have fight. Yes, something you have that about. You can figure it out. It's everything you have about it. When you're I mean, stand me. So you don't start with algebra, and you don't start with physics. You start with something to have a fixed step. And then like you like that, let's figure out how to. Does that make sense? Their inspiration, their creativity, their innovation will make them want to do. The algebra, so the business of company, the problem of the company. I'm using my name by finding you in the media. You think about the phone, make it a lot. Well, much you ran, but you didn't say long part of it. What do you mean by that? So sometimes that. I have a chance. I'm still going.
How did you get your start with robotics? Like, when did the interest come? What's your favorite side?
I'm going to say it, but I've watched a lot of them, so I'm like, I really like it with Will Smith. It's not bad, but it isn't sci fi. I think. So like imagine a sign about like a sign. I'm like, yeah, I don't know, teaching. Then when I was in high school, when I was engineer, I actually never saw a robot other than Rosie on the Genesis until I was in college. And I went to Georgia State in Atlanta. And what I did not like about it is the robot is so high tech that we can teach behind the glass pane on the graduate. But when I got to the engineer, we still be work by a kid and anybody can touch. That's why I'm really friendly. But yeah, I'm the wired really something you can actually method. So I then I was working all the way around the shit, and I was in the controls and robotics engineer at a police office for a couple of years, and then I got out from became insurance. But that's what it was. Once again, it was what inspired me, what was interesting. But that was it. Well done. Start making a living your own time with that man. You know that's what I'm for example, like some things. Here, what do you need? You need me help with something? What do you want? What? I didn't all right, you got something down, but give it out.
Again, it's very glad we're able to come through. I'm a lot of this kind of thing, but I feel like I love the community gave me the other partner, not the reason. When you know, everything was right outdoors. And so I was going around with the bag, you know, story, and plan where you kind of you need everyone you turn with, put out there, the local movies, but we put that to that the was when it's not whether it's when they're around the question is so long. You have a certain form, you can enjoy it. So, I'm going to be there. And I'm looking for, talk about community, all of that will continue. They have, and I think it should be like this. That's a good thing.
Better not just okay. Okay. Are you rolling on now? It's like you. Rafiq. RAFIQ. Muhammad University. Well, mainly because the major I want to go into is astronomy, and well, astronomy requires science. Well, pretty much everything is STEM: science, technology, engineering, and math.
So you said astronomy. When did you fall in love with stars?
Well, when I was younger, I always wanted to be a scientist, but I didn't know which kind. And as I grew up more, I started to like, as I like the internet, and I started to more so see more in space and everything with science, and that's what really made me like the space.
So what year are you in school right now?
My junior year.
Where are you thinking about going to college?
It's close because I want to go to U of I or University of Chicago.
So you want to stay in Chicago. Is U of I in Chicago?
Um, no, it's I think an hour or two away.
So most important, because I'm a college professor and I teach STEM students. What are you doing now to get ready for college?
Well, I've been looking in some programs to get into. Uh, really just trying to like build things for like my resume for scholarships and everything in college.
No, that's great. So what you're doing today, volunteering for ag robotics, is an awesome thing to go on your resume because when you have to write your essay, they're always going to ask, what kind of projects have you done? Have you done any programming? Name an example of when you built something or when you took something apart or when you fixed something that was broken. And it doesn't have to be expensive. You can even talk about like the time your TV broke and you fixed it, or the time your car broke down and you changed the tires, but be able to explain in all those kinds.
Mhm.
So tell me a little bit about some of the projects you're doing in high school.
Um, well, in high school, I haven't really done any like projects, I would say, but I've been thinking on going into this program. I forgot the name of it. It starts with an A, but it deals with more so engineering, well, mainly engineering.
So some things you can be doing is NSBE Seek or NSBE Junior. NSBE is the National Society of Black Engineers, and they have programs for high schoolers and middle schoolers. So you can try to find programs like that in your area so that you can start doing some of that STEM stuff before you graduate. Another one is to just ask your science teachers and your math teachers about any clubs at your school or any after school programs. So what math and science are you taking right now?
Right now I'm taking algebra, algebra 2 trigonometry, and in science I'm taking physics.
Physics. Oh yeah, physics is a good one. So just ask your teacher, like, are there any projects I can help you with, or is there anything after school I can do? Those are really great things to help you to get ready. Thank you for this great interview, Rafiq. You can edit that. That was a mess.
That was a good interview. Rafik, thank you very much.
I forget names for my book. They're gonna think on the list.
Nice.
That's like dinosaurs.
He was a baboon. That's not a baboon, though. I want to say. Thank you, Rafik. There we go. Good shit.
Oh.
You're a good interview. You're a good interview. I can tell you're a college professor.
Soon as you start a podcast, but when am I gonna start a podcast? I can barely keep my life together as it is, but I would not be quiet. Tell me your name.
Mike Stidham. Mm-hmm.
Should I say?
Stidham. Stidham. Right there. Yeah. For sure.
Need to be professional and action. You have a mic?
I don't.
We're gonna pass
You
it
hold
over
it. Hold it from here.
to the left, to the left.
Are you being second?
Not really, but the beehive gonna come after me.
They don't watch.
I do a lot on social media, and I think even if I could like Beyonce, the fact that they are so freaking psycho about her makes me not like her. Does that make sense? It's kind of crazy. It's like that makes me not like her because when her stuff is trending, I'm like, dang, I don't if I hear one more thing about doggone Beyonce, I'm gonna scream. I'm more of a Mae Jemison, Ayanna Howard fan. Black women in STEM. I will tell you who they are. Mae Jemison was the first Black woman astronaut to go into space. Dr. Ayanna Howard is a really famous Black woman roboticist. So she was the first Black woman roboticist, other than myself, that I ever heard of.
Mae Jemison is the one that was on Star Trek because she had been in space.
But you know, Uhura was probably inspired by Mae Jemison or vice versa. I think Because Uhura was a communications officer, but she was also an engineer. So that was kind of a big deal because that's probably the first Black woman engineer.
Mhm.
Another major one is Gladys West. Gladys
Mm.
West was the Black woman who invented the GPS, the Global
Nice.
Positioning System. So
Right.
I really, really try to find work really hard to find Black women in STEM
Mm.
because even more than Black boys in STEM, girls ain't got no role models in this space,
Mhm.
and we're really trying to get them there.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long have you been a professor? What was your journey into becoming
Mhm.
a professor?
Absolutely. I get asked this a lot. So I do have a YouTube channel where it's like a 15-part series of how I became a professor, but I will tell you it's youtube.com/Carlotta Berry, CarlottaBerry. I am trying to get up to enough followers so I can monetize my YouTube channel. Come check a sister out. Also, my TikTok, DRCA Berry, Blue Sky, DRCA Berry. Instagram, DRCA Berry. But what happened was when I was at Georgia Tech, I always just wanted to be a high school math teacher. And then I was going to be perfectly fine to be an engineer. And as we talked about, I had so much debt that I needed to go work and pay off my student loans. But I hated my time at Georgia Tech so much because I didn't have any Black professors. I didn't have any women professors. But even more importantly than having a professor who looked like me, I didn't have a professor who seemed invested in my success. I knew how rare I was because nobody in the room looked like me, very few of my classmates, but they weren't doing anything to inspire me to keep going. Yes, the journey was hard. Yes, I didn't know it was going to be hard, but you don't have to have a mentor that's the same race, same gender, same age, but at least act like you understand how important it is to see me be successful. So it was when I was at Georgia Tech with my 2.5 GPA and my two failed classes that I said, I want to get my PhD and I want to become an engineering professor. And that was because I wanted to be a mentor and role model, in particular to Black and brown kids, so they could see they could do it. But now my mission is even greater than that because everybody, no matter what you look like, needs to understand the value of diversity and having different ethnicities and genders and races in those spaces. So my work now is not just about the Black kids need to see me. Now I'm about everybody needs to see me because we're now seeing this artificial intelligence is becoming more and more prevalent. We're also noticing there's more and more bias in artificial intelligence. And the bias is pretty much to people with protected classes, LGBTQ, disabled, women, Black people, brown people. And the solution to that is having more of us in those spaces. Because when AI is programmed and deployed and nobody is there to say, hey, this data doesn't have anything but white men faces, then you're going to see soap dispensers that don't recognize brown and Black hands. You're going to see
You have to do this.
that's because those sensors are programmed for light skin. You're going to see chatbots that are deployed and become more and more racist and misogynistic because they're feeding them off of the data of common society without cleaning it up. You also are going to see, and this one was a big one in Detroit, facial recognition systems that don't recognize Black and brown faces. And then police departments are using them and matching them to driver's licenses and going and arresting people for crimes they didn't commit. The man in Detroit, the first one they did that to just last year, settled a lawsuit with the Detroit Police Department with the ACLU because they arrested this man right after he had a stroke off of a grainy picture because the facial recognition technology matched it. And before he got that settlement, they had arrested 2 or 3 more folks, including a pregnant woman. And the crime that she was supposed to have committed did not have a pregnant person. And they basically used this facial recognition technology to arrest her anyway. So this is why we have to be in those spaces. Yes, representation matters. Yes, I want kids to see themselves, but we also need them in a critical mass because in a more global and diverse workplace, when we are not there, they will deploy stuff that is biased and prejudiced against our communities and not even recognize it until it goes live because nobody on the team represented that demographic. I hate to get off my soapbox. I need to get off of it now. But
If you got a YouTube channel, that's a digital soapbox.
it started with crack. I don't talk about this stuff on my YouTube channel, but my YouTube channel is very silly. But yeah, crash test dummies, same thing. They first out, so they were all the size of an average. Oh, sorry. Mike is gonna fire me as his co-host. The crash test dummies were the size of an average male. Then they would test it on a car and be like, cars are good to go. Because I used to work in the automotive industry. Then they found out pregnant women drive cars, children ride in cars. So you cannot say your car is safe if you've never tested it with a crash test dummy other than the average male. That's really the beginning of AI. You can't say your AI is good if you've tested it on the majority demographic data, which we know is primarily white men. So another thing we do through Black in Robotics and Black in Engineering and citeher.org is we have reading lists and we have a speakers bureau. So if you have a panel that's all white men or you have a panel that's all men, you go to blackinengineering.org, you go to blackinrobotics.org, you can find experts and professionals who you can cite in your work, who you can invite to be on your panels, and you need to pay them. I get invited to speak a lot. I don't get paid, invited to speak where they want to pay me a lot. And the problem with that is we know that majority thought leaders and professionals, Neil deGrasse Tyson, folks like that, they pulling down the big money, but they want us to share our intellectual property for free. I have 25 years of education, and we already talked about all the student loans I had to pay off for that. So why should you ask me, fly me in, or maybe ask me to fly there and not even pay me and want me to speak for free and then charge people to hear me speak? So not only do you need to look around and go, is my conference all white? Is my conference all male? Does it literally represent the society that we live in? And it's extremely important. We know it ain't about no DEI. I'm a beneficiary of affirmative action, and I think DEI is awesome. DEIA, as they say these days. Because when you don't have that, that's when you get unqualified people running organizations. And we are seeing a lot of that these days. DEI does not equate to Black. DEI is equivalent to definitely earned it. And with that, I am done. Mic drop. You better edit this, Mike. This is a hot mess. So, where did the book start? During the pandemic, I started my business during the pandemic. I started my business because when we were all on Zoom and Teams and social media, and I became more visible, I started being asked to speak and do robotics workshops a lot, but I was not getting paid. So I tell people I now have a business, Noir Stiminus. It is not a nonprofit. I get invited to do a lot of things for nonprofits, and they feel like I'm a nonprofit. You should do it for free. Or because your mission is to see more Black and brown kids and girls in STEM, you should just do this for me for free because that is your mission. Yes, that is my mission. But something you need to also think about is I got bills, baby. I do want to do this work, and I probably am doing it for you at a discount. So that was the beginning. Another thing, I work with some Black women engineering professors, as you said, what can we do to get more Black women engineers? Engineering has a marketing problem. The biggest marketing problem is because if you Google engineer in AI and most systems, engineer or engineering professor, all white men come up. If you're looking on media, engineers, Dilbert, MacGyver, Sheldon, what do they all have in common? Nerdy, white, glasses, no social skills. So our idea was to do fictional writing. And then ideally, if that picked up, to maybe go on to web series, TV shows, movies. So I actually didn't start with children's books. I started with romance novels. So I write romance novels, Black STEM romance novels, because when I was in high school, I read romance novels. So that was my beginning, was to write something that girls, Black girls, could see themselves in. So my romance novels, the primary characters are engineers, computer scientists, nurses, etc. So it's them experiencing love and success or loss in their professional careers, in their private careers. And then I was a visiting scientist at the Children's Museum of Indianapolis. And while doing some programming there, I had some parents say, I would love if you had children's books about the work that you do. That's where the children's books came in. So I now have 9 children's books from baby up to about 4th or 5th grade. They're about kids using, building, programming, fixing robots, all the things that you would expect kids to do: critical thinking, troubleshooting, analyzing, being innovative, being creative. So the romance novels are under carlottaardell.com because I do not want my students, my college students, mixing up my romance novels with, I also have textbooks with my textbooks, but they found it anyway because they nosy. So it don't even matter. But all of my children's books are under my actual name, Dr. Carlotta Berry. And they are available on Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, and also my website, Noir Stiminist, NoireSteminist.com. That is a made up word. I trademarked it because I wanted to have something to to actually identify myself, kind of like Hooper Stank. That's mine. Like Hootie and the Blowfish. No R stem, and this is mine.
Like Hoobastank.
Stank. That's
I don't know.
younger than Stank is.
Since I'm not that much.
Yes, you are. Okay. On Friday, the 4th of July, I will be the Deuce Nickel. Deuce Nickel. Deuce Nickel.
And I'm here.
55.
I was going to congratulate you on turning 25.
But that's what I mean.
Deuce Nickel. Oh, maybe I should. Okay, I got you. Maybe I shouldn't say Deuce Nickel. Okay, Nickel Nickel. The Nickel Nickel. The Nickel Nickel.
For 13.
Oh, so you are a little bit older than I thought. I was going to give you mid 30s, like 35. I was going to give you 35. Yeah. And I don't drink nearly enough. I got a faded hairline and I got the grays. But Mike said if I drink more water, I could go backwards though. I don't like water. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like water. Water nasty. Yeah, you're right. I'm hungry too. That's also making me a little loopy. I'm gonna go down to that floor and find me some food. I guess I'm gonna eat me a donut for some lunch. And I need to feed my mother too, who just wandered out of here. They don't have a food court around here nowhere. I need some food. Donuts gonna tease me. I need food. Yeah. But thank you so much. Yeah, if you have a whatever, just let me know when it goes live. I assume you need to wait a minute. Hold up, because you're not be looking for illustrators. What kind of art? Okay, never mind then. Oh, never mind. Okay. That is awesome. So what medium is this? It looks like wood. That is amazing. So my brother, and I'll show you some of his work, is also an artist as well.
For sure. BlurdDotRadio. We'll be back.
Where did you go to school?
So I went to the School of the Art Institute in Chicago.
Art design.
Yes. I will say I did
afraid. I'd rather roll up today. I'm stuck in the land of the lost. I want my soul back. What's the cost? Said they want me to lose it, but it ain't no refund. So I'm counting my blessings while I'm throwing these ones. Everything's out of control. I wish I had one to roll. They all just glitter and go. They're so ugly underneath. Everything's out of control. I wish I had one to roll. They all just glitter and go. They're so ugly underneath. So what you gonna do? What you gonna do? When you see the truth? See them people ain't true. Stacking paper faster, say you broken, they can't handle you. When their money gone, they won't got any intangibles. Stuck in the land of the lost. I want my soul back. What's the cost? Said they want me to lose it, but it ain't no refund. So I'm counting my blessings while I'm throwing these ones. Girl, so cold, on your own. What you gon' do? No, you can't call home. Let's two get grown. Now your childhood gone. Same old shit going on and on. Everything's out of control. I wish I had fun to roll. They all just glitter and go. They're so ugly underneath. Everything's out of control. I wish I had fun to roll. They all just glitter and go. They're so ugly underneath.
$2,000. And what made me so excited? Well, was during COVID, but some of the smaller communities that have all those systems. Like if you can think where all those store shops looked during the period of summer. So I'm not progress that something. In fact, I noticed a lot of products. Anybody who recognizes the recognize recognize water and nutrients. When I started journeying 20 years ago, I couldn't imagine it would grow in my house. So during the box, I grew a watermelon, the business, and small things. All right. My background is farming and agriculture. I took the plants for students. And you look like me. And environment was
I found many animals in the jungle farming, but don't be intimidated by farming, it's fun, you can grow some million beans. And somebody predicted that our next world war could be centered around food. Right, that's a pretty dark space, and I make when that boulevard, or one lane, or one stop was empty, things like, I think nights, you are consider buying the novel, so much something that's buying, 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 so, storage should be like a very useful space in the world for us. Okay? Anyone have been there? That be a great space to grow watermelon, tomatoes, what do you mean? Right? So much bird tomorrow, it's practices. And again, when I showed you guys, I'll tell you guys how to set up your whole crafty, KY, out of the box. Anybody ever heard of this name crafty? Right? Crafty was a sentence that said, hey, we can grow things without any loops, without any generators, just water in a bucket, set it up, and you can have water. So I showed my dad this method, blew his mind, because he's a fourth generation farmer. And for someone to grow big watermelons in a bucket of water is mind-blowing, right? But eventually, it all becomes short for you can grow food a little while. Right? So we're going to talk about urban farming. I encourage you to go grab some seeds, go home and grow some plants. Right? Any questions for me? All right. Yes, sir.
Can you spell cracky here?
KRATKY. Crafty. I love crafty because sometimes when it's this week's pretty warm. When it's not system, 90 days later, we'll have crazy measurements. That's what the crafty method is. There's other methods such as aerating, having these pumps and things like that. But a crafty system, in satellite, you have vacation. Come back, spend cucumbers and watermelon and all that stuff, right? All right, but we're going to touch on a lot of things. If I talk too fast, please stop me. Talk really fast. I need to know how to again, so I didn't talk really fast. So we're going to talk a little bit about the history and significance of urban farm. It's really critical that it's a little like you and me. Introduce that and learn about farming. We're going to identify urban soup versus hydroponics. There's something what's hydroponics.
Growing plants.
Doing what?
To growing plants.
Growing plants out.
Well, there's
With just water and nutrients. Right? Everybody's down water. Right? So we can grow plant, that's the water system measurements. And so set up and maintain a small scale gardens. You guys are going to get back in our and for schools, so you guys are ambassadors, scientists, owners, consultants, in the garden, right? And I can show you guys some of that. We're going to demonstrate the plant cycle and pest management knowledge, right? If we want to say disadvantage, you guys hear what I'm saying? All right, if you guys want a backyard and includes anything, what finds where let's say. Really good to hear them on the things. Anybody know the it's on? No name? Yes, and what's the bad about aphids? They eat the green stuff, right? So aphids are very bad for plants. I'll teach you guys how to manage that in a clean organic way. All right, develop a personal and community farm plan. I've got some really full students. This is 2029 and set up a very cool and jazzy farm in your backyard. It is something really good. You guys have a little porch. You set up a little farm on your porch. Or you got a little small garden in your backyard. I can show you guys schools that blow your mind, but you guys are really smarter than me. You guys can show me some things. Understand injustice and community empowerment. Right? You guys want to figure out how to connect with the community. Community minds, I got this something called the Paradise Smart Garden. Some of you may have been there. We're the only interactive smart farm in Chicago, right? I think Jerome came to my garden. It was probably -20 outside. Same board, right? You were there, right? We got to know in fact. Farms. I spent time in China last year. I went to try my peanuts. We can integrate these technologies very seamlessly because I like to take a lot of vacations, right? And we can track this on my mobile device. I got a mobile device that says, hey, my plant is thirsty. Feed me, feed me. So I love technology. All right. These are some of the things, but it's very open. You guys, please stop me. There are 100 ways to do things in farming. I'm just going to share my technique. All right. Okay, I'm gonna talk, as I send you guys these best practices, I'll tell you, share with you some things I'm working on. All right, I'm working on something called the Laredo Taft Center. Anyone from Northern Illinois or DeKalb area, there's this beautiful campus called Taft. We're working on integrating or developing 144 acre farmland for youth, where you can go and learn about farming, learn about green technologies and sustainability. So beautiful campus. And if you guys want to get involved with that, there's a Facebook page called Together for That. Right? So I'm building a massive garden using some of these techniques. All right. So what is healthy soil? Healthy plants, healthy people. In order for you to have these components, you have to really know your soil. And how do we know our soil? We can go out and test soil. Anyone know how I can test my soil and what am I looking for? pH. Look for what? pH factor. pH, but if I want to test, what am I looking for in my soil? Nutrients. Nutrients, right? You guys get too sorry. Nutrients in the soil. There's ways you can test. There's we have sensors that you can embed into the soil, figure out how healthy it is, or you guys can go to your local store and get NPK value kits. And some of you have already done this in some of your science labs. Take these kits, go out and test the soil. The soil tester tells you what levels it should be, right? This is very important, right? And I'm always bouncing between soil and hydroponics, right? You need a certain level of nutrients with your soil, with the NPK values. However, the beauty of doing hydroponics, and I'm a big advocate of hydroponics, for you guys that are being grown up, growing in soil, don't throw a rock at me. I just love hydroponics. So with the water, I can easily control my nutrient level, right? And there's no guessing with it. With the soil, you have to test it, make sure it's balanced, right? With hydroponics, I can add little nutrients, it's golden, right? So very, very important. Soil stores water and your nutrients in hydroponics, right? And then, in your soil, it's alive, teeming with microbes, fungi, and worms. Good soil. There's a way to you can jumpstart a garden with having some good soil. In fact, beginning of every season in my garden, I'll show you guys what this garden looks like. At the beginning of every year, I add some fresh, rich, bloom soil on top of my garden beds. The address is 613 East 67th Street. Anyone wants to visit this smart garden? 613 East 67th Street. Somebody on, you can ask the question. All right. Think of soil like a bank. It holds the savings, the plants, the nutrients your plants need. So this soil got everything important to make it happen. Now, if it's all of those indicators, the plants will not survive or you'll have issues. I'm going to go really fast. I've got a few slides. All right, let's talk about you. Anybody garden? We got two gardeners, garden. I really recommend everyone learn how to garden. Thank you, ma'am. All right, I highly recommend everyone learning this process. As daunting as it seems, it's very rewarding where March, you're embedding your seeds, right? And a few months later, you've got this really delicious food. Some of my communities that I grew up in did not have grocery stores. However, we can grow our own. So I'm very motivated to grow my own food. All right, so next slide. I love to use organic stuff. Right? You want to use as natural as possible. Anyone know why? We want to use natural components in our garden. Let's guess why. Why do I want naturals? Yes, ma'am. Make it strong. That's one reason. But something even more important. Less chemicals. Why?
The future be healthier.
We what?
Healthier.
Yes. Well, you know, that's really good. You're in water system awareness.
Then I will buy something like that.
You're healing. So we're going to do things, and we can talk about composting, and even with risk management, really want to be careful with what you bring in. And if you do that, you will be healthy. All right, let's go to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. So like some Papa was saying, all right, the food that you guys are eating is eating like Nevada Pie Garden, 613 East 67th Street. You guys are pretty. We've got this beautiful smart garden, Chicago. That is Chicago, right in the Woodlawn community, where it is a food that's the closest store is probably 3 or 4 miles. There's an Aldi's nearby, but nothing healthy for the community. We can do our own composting. Composting, we're using the scrapings, the scraps from our meals, and putting in these compost. It makes an amazing fertilizer. This part is put on off to here, but put it in compost, this fertilizer is going to be in your still, instead of we put in this still, it's going to be plants, we can use compost into great fertilizer, right? And layers of leaves, add your regular vegetables, your steaks, just put it all in there, right? Then when the one second come, use that in fertilizer. Next. All right, so it's been an exercise for you guys. Let's do some soil work, but I'm going to spare you guys. You guys can keep your hands clean today. We won't grow anything today, but we can typically put you in a group and grow some stuff. Next slide. All right, next slide. All right, I'm going to point out a few gardens. Hopefully I can play this. This is a garden called Grandma's Garden. Anybody been Grandma's Garden? What do you think about the garden? Oh, no, okay. Why did you There's a little about the South Station. It was featured in the news. People were and some of them since every movement was trying for this. I'm gonna see if I can shoot this thing. You gotta do it right click. On the maxi. Presentation. Oh. Guys, I can't see I've never seen things like this. Grandma's Garden, I don't know the exact address. And it's not playing here. You know, I don't know what drag neck. It's not playing it. I want to make sure I'm not a bot, but you guys can Google this. I won't. All right, I've got these beautiful gardens. Front garden, you may I know Markville Conservatory, the Arboretum. I'm saying these places because they are beautiful gardens in the area. So this week, I found another treasure. It's fortunately not in Chicago, it's in Portland. They've got something called the Rose Garden. Anybody been to the Rose Garden in Portland? Imagine acres and acres of different types of roses. It's in Portland, Oregon. It's called the Rose Garden. So I was going to be and visiting gardens. All right, let's talk about pest management. Next slide. All right, when we're doing pest management, you want to make sure that we're not putting in any chemicals that you want to feed your family into your garden. That's very, very important. So there's some off-the-shelf products that you can use from your house. Again, the thing that we get a lot of mites, aphids, just tons of insects. So here's things you can use. Here in Chicago, we could use white vinegar. Right? White vinegar, for some reason, aphids don't like that. Mix white vinegar, water, and baking soda. They don't like it. So I use that. All right, let's go to the next. These are the type of things we're going to see here in the Midwest. All right, I know we got some full-time work. You're going to see some of these, but they may be a little different. Right, aphids, white flies, spider mites, gnats, and cutworms. Right, anybody who's scared of touching these things? They're not too harmful to us, but they love your collard greens, your mustard greens, your peppers, all those things. You don't want this in your garden, right? So if you get a little water and vinegar, that'll help. Some people use cornmeal. Anybody ever heard of cornmeal on your plants? They say that these insects really hate cornmeal. So you sprinkle cornmeal on it, it's gone. Next slide, ma'am. Got to keep her alive. This is what an aphid looks like. So lines. These are aphids. To the top that you're going to see the leaves on your leafy greens. It looks beautiful like this. Quite nasty looking. But in the morning, if you lift your greens up underneath, you'll see the little larvae of aphids. That's what aphids look like. Right? We can treat it a number of ways. Some people spray it with water to kind of put it off, but the larvae is still there and they will still exist. And you're going to be not happy when this is eating at your collard greens or lettuce. Right? Next slide. White flies, they look really, really small like this. Very hard to see. Right? So if you see these holes, get on your plants early, lift it up. So you really look at what's in it. Eat this stuff. Right? So use some of these things, natural ingredients to clear it up. Next slide. Spider mites. I hate spider mites. I've got a lot of flowers in front of my house. The spider mites are everywhere. And they'll love to eat around the edges of some of my beautiful plants. These are spider mites. They're easy to detect. I think it's easier than the aphids. Tiny and green. Next slide. Fungus gnats. They're black and often seen running over the soil of potted plants. And here's the thing, if you guys can do this outside, you can take this outside your house and infest everything. Right? These are your fungus gnats. They'll come in, but they won't go there. So be careful if you have plants that you're taking from the outside, bring it in, and if you're taking inside, taking it out it's bad. Next slide. Cutworm. Looks pretty nasty. I don't see many of these. I see more the mites and gnats and aphids. They're a mouth larvae that damage plants, particularly the early stages of planting. Here in the Midwest, we have a very short cycle for growing, growing cycle. Right? Usually February till October, November. And if you don't get in between there, like some of these other places, are anybody know what zone we're in for growing? It's 5 So whatever they're doing, nobody know where you are because we can't grow a beautiful plant that's growing in Southeast Asia and bring it here to Chicago. It may not grow. You have to identify what our almanac is. It's 5B. Some people call it 6-5. All right, so it's very important. Next slide. This is how to treat aphids. I use finger spray. You can use this stuff here. I can't pronounce. Or neem oil. These things are pretty natural, and it won't hurt your constituents. All right. So I've been treating. If you wants my formula to take a picture of this on how you can treat these types of things. Overall, all the solutions will help. All right. Next slide. This is another solution slide that picture be needed. Next slide. If I'm going too fast, please slow me down. I go really fast. This is the previous slide. All right, here's some solutions. All right, the white vinegar works because we don't have it in your kitchens where you're cooking with it. The neem oil is really good, but do not be averse to what you need on. But maybe one you can buy on Amazon anywhere or at your local hardware store, but just of these things. Sorry, we had papers. Some of these things will kill the plant. Too much vinegar will block the chlorophyll and things like that. Your plant will start to wither over or yellow, black, leaves fall. If you're putting in a gallon of water, just a teaspoon of neem oil, just very little, very, very little. You want to be very gentle with these plants. Again, we are ingesting these plants. So be very, very careful. Yes, ma'am.
Question, are you spraying the leaves or you are pouring the water the plants with that?
Great question. I would do sprinkle.
Mm-hmm.
Of the plant because that's where your aphids, larvae is going to be at the bottom. Right? You want to do this once every 7 to 10 days. Right? And it'll help with the growth of the plants. You don't want so many pests, right? The other thing that's important, and I think I'll talk about it, is root rot. Anyone know what root rot is? Root rot?
But then here we water it from.
Overwatering your plants the most called root rot. Does anyone know when we should be watering our plants? Anyone have a best practice when you want to water your plants?
When the soil is getting dry.
Yes.
But some of them.
Why not water the plants tonight?
I read that. I just.
To the extent you draw on the life of the plant, so to speak. That's pretty much forced. That's kind of the way, but more importantly, at night your water is sitting there in the tank when you soil. You don't want your roots to be saturated with water. You want it to drain. And during the day, you water in the morning, the soil and roots will absorb the water. So you want to eat in the morning. If it's on a very hot day, you may want to go in the afternoon, but you don't want the water sitting on some of your plants. It will cause root rot, your plants will die. They smell bad when they get like that, even in hydroponics. All right, next slide. You want to water your grass in the morning. This is the plant. Again, your grass can get sick if the water's sitting there, right? Well, all right, so you guys can buy some stuff from the local hardware store. We call it neem oil. Neem oil, and not too much neem inside your plants, right? It's not too bad where you can ingest it, but the plants will hate it if you've got too much of neem, not enough water. And then mosquito bits. There's something called mosquito bits. You can even buy little bugs you can put in your plants to eat the aphids, right? Next slide. This is how you tell if you get trees. These things, like who cares? They're very important, especially farmers rely heavily on their yields. Farmers rely heavily on their yields. With poor yields, they're not making any living. So if I'm having an infestation of all of the Indians' plants, I'm not going to make any money, and we're going to be poor. What do you do? So if your leaf is starting to discolor, you've got something going on. Sticky residue on your plants. You've got some kind of larvae or something going on. You got holes in the leaves, some spider mites or aphids or some other worm. And if your plant just has been growing, it says, hey, I've been growing, what's going on? Right? You got some type of pest. Reconstructed by the boots. Next one. All right. The best thing to do is take a integrated pest management approach So I'm growing something, I'm growing something next season. I'm gonna start thinking about what plants I want. Right, and everyone else, and I hope that didn't die because I didn't bring any parts slide. All right, but I remember the slide if I remember. All right, so you start changing, right? When you get to the single level table, before I see it, I'm starting very each year. That's why you become very effective at farming because you have to now go out and research these seeds unless you know a seed bank. All right. All right, then we got just a few more slides here to put in. All right, so I'm doing something to show you guys. Right now, this is being young folks and this is what it's called a PTI mini green. It shows cerebral successful work. But I told you guys about all that stuff. That seems like a lot of work, right? Who agrees with me that is doing stuff? It's a lot of work. But guess what? With something like this, like one of my I'm you know, what type of study I have. All right, even though you have a small farm in your backyard, imagine a farm that has 1,000 acres. 1,000 acres. That's a lot. I couldn't imagine walking 1,000 acres, but I could integrate something like this with a multispectral camera. It's a camera that can detect certain wavelengths of light. You got your infrared, your near infrared, and put those together. It creates a map called NDVI, Normalized Difference Vegetation Index. NDVI with a tree. Yes, now I have to look at the farmer that is in such a way. He's got 2,000 acres of grass. It would take us 4 to 5 days. What kind of thing? But that has a whole device. They can fly over Rob, and within a minute, I can say, hey, this part of the problem, you have a pest infestation problem. Or this part of the problem is like 28 acres, it needs water management. Right? With a drone like this, saving you time, money, and resources with something like this. Right? So I had a company called Sky Farmer, and right before COVID, I stopped flying. Right? Sky Farmer. We took this technology and was flying over all the farms in Illinois. And these were not your typical malls and pawn shops farms. They were 10,000 acres. 10,000 acres. The flight time of this drone only gives me 35 minutes. But it was more than enough to tell the Farmer John, that you got a really bad problem using something like this. All right. This is what's a drone with NDVI capabilities. All right. Anybody ever flown a drone before? You guys ever flown a drone before? They're pretty cool flying, very easy to fly. With the integration of AI, they made these drones a lot easier. All right, so we took them on about your typical urban farms. Now let's transition a little bit for 2 minutes back to hydroponics. Hydroponics is my favorite. It's my absolute favorite way of growing things because it makes the growing cycle much easier. Right? And with hydroponics, you set the system up. If it's crappy method, you let it, you can go on vacation, you come back, you got really good fruits and vegetables with the crappy method. But there's more ways to go. Simple choose their products where you're not making waste from it. You don't even see one of these a fish on free garden. Overgrown, but if the fish gets sick, the whole farm will be down a little bit. So that's why I love hydroponics. All right, well, the next minute, and for the last demonstration of this presentation, I'm going to tell you all how to set up a hydroponic bucket system in your house. Let me get some hydroponic bucket system. All right, so I grow these things and I told my dad, Dad, that's what I want to this year. He said, I can't do that in water. I said, why? All right, so we did this. My dad grew watermelon in his garden, and he's got, his yield are like maybe 15 watermelons from his garden. Mine would be 40 during winter months. 41, my watermelon's double the size, right? So I'm gonna show you that in 2 minutes, I'm gonna do a little video, I promise, and then if someone wants to see it, you guys have my phone. All right, so some KRATKY. I'm gonna walk you through it, and if you guys are interested, you can set this up and all in your own. All right, the fruits and vegetables will return a lot of joy. I've been growing crack 16 in a little bottle like this. Something like this. I grow microgreens in this. Just one leaves. But I'm gonna show you guys how to design and build your own crack in a 55-gallon drum. You guys know 55 gallons is about this small, about this big. Right, and remember, I'm gonna set this up just one time. After I set it up in 60, 90 days, it's gonna have fruit. So I love watermelon, cucumbers, cantaloupe, the things that drink a lot of water, we can do it in that. For your micro greens, which are your leafy vegetables, we can use very small systems. We can use a small 5 container, or 2 container, 2-gallon container. But for our 55-gallon, imagine we want to grow watermelon this big in 90 days. All right. So we're gonna get this drum, 55 gallons. We're gonna fill it with water. Right? Our water in here in the Midwest, our water out of Lake Michigan is some of the best water in the world. Right in Lake Michigan. So I don't need to filter it or anything, but I will do a pH balance line. All right. Remember, I told you it's going to do a pH test in NP cases. Take the water sample, and we will test the pH, the values of the water. And if you guys never been to universities, I see a bunch of Illinois shirts. I was in Washington, something's like CS. There's a lot of community initiatives with University of Chicago, DePaul. They can come in your area and test it for you. Reason why I know they test my area here. Right? So you're gonna test your water. If you want salmon soil, you can do it. So you can fill it up with water. Almost to the top. We're gonna fill it up with water. This is the crack feed method. All right, we're gonna fill it almost to the top of the rain. Almost to the top. There's a leak. You don't leak for it because you don't want anything to contaminate the water solution. Right? So you're gonna put this lid on top and make sure it meets. We're going to put a little bit of this container. All right, now you're going to hold, or we're going to put a net pot. We're going to make sure the net pot is. That's okay. The net pot, we're going to put a net pot inside this bowl that's going to fit. Make sure it doesn't fall in. All right, you're going to put a net pot. Right, and then you're going to get some rock wool. You guys know what rock wool is? You got some Google this stuff. I have pretty pictures, I promise. Rock wool, you're gonna use that, and we're gonna use some clay rock. Right, so now you're gonna take that plant. You're gonna figure out what plant you want to do. That uses a lot of water. If you're gonna do something that big. As we got this 55 gallon. I'm gonna grow one of it. You guys can go whatever you want. We're gonna take the starter plant. If you guys are going, you can incubate it. We can incubate in your seeds. I'm gonna show you guys in a minute. When you've already incubated, you got room for the little flower seed on your plant. When it's an animal, all the roots, round roots, round the legs. All right, and the next things are round our plant. Anybody know why? We're gonna keep it loose with the rock on. We're gonna keep the rock on over there. So you're gonna just stand, you got your roots right above the roots. You're gonna put your whole. Next thing I'm gonna plant, I'm gonna drop it into a net pot. The net pot is circular, cylindrical, with some of these holes. Let the roots fall through the holes in the net pot. And right? So now you got to a lot of that plant, you can put lines, play on it around the plant. Like, so you end up filling the whole system. Right? The one thing is missing now is water and nutrients. So remember, this is a watermelon stock plant. You guys can grow anything you want. I promise you, there's anything that doesn't require a heavy base. Like an apple tree or something like that, you can't grow with this method. You guys go buy, why not an apple tree? But you know, so why can I grow an apple tree or a big tree in hydroponics? You guys know why? They need spreading in winters. Can someone tell me why you can't do a big plant in hydroponics like this?
Specific cattle plants need to go through seasonal changes. Winter is very important for their fruit development, so we'll leave this system outside to winter is gonna freeze.
Well, I'm guessing in 90 days, your roots, you're pretty well consumed. So in this non-pot system, it has to be able to sustain and hold that heavy fluid. So these plants I'm talking about doesn't require a heavy base. Well, the base of the plant, if you're doing a big apple thing, it's gonna expand out, it's gonna be too heavy for this type of hydroponics. But for cucumbers, watermelon, microgreens, all the things that you need, you can grow it with that. So you use that pot. It's about an inch and a half. Your hole is a little bit less than an inch and a half. Now we're gonna drop this plant, making sure only the tip of the root touches the ground. Only the tip of the root will come to the ground. This much is in the water. Anything else that is present in the water will come in the water. Correct. Drought, no. Root rot. Root rot. And you don't want to do that. And your roots may be way down the ground. I always smell what's going on in that ecosystem. It should smell pretty fresh and it should smell pretty close to what you're living. So when you're a cucumber, that sniff should smell like cucumber. The smell or you want it, those are together one. Having the primary method. Now, a lot of people do not use any other methods, but the master blend is the gold standard for hydroponics. Master blend. When they're here in oh, it's okay. Master blend, everybody, company that provides this really good that we can use in your hydroponics. So, successful hydroponics. They're not really powerful. I really admire hydroponics. But there is a way that I didn't talk about for soil. Right? They say you touch soil and get grounded. You might have heard that before. There's a test done where someone was actually touching the ground and they clean the meter, they might even know the grass. So let's see the meter, there's a divided and managed insulation, wire, they're in an electrical wire, the coating around the one is insulation, and the length of the wire is the where you would determine the resistance. So you can only do anything for free time. The length of that wire, 10 minutes. I know many homes that is. For longer, over here, $360. And it's just a meter. So they put how many city touching green things so they find out they can have a hundred. So you know it's leaking. But we don't like touching the money that is dirty. There's some volume in touching the ground. Right? So those are the methods. I don't want to warn you guys with too much farming, but I love farming. I like to talk about farming. I use technology to make farming easier. Because my dad, I talked about my dad a lot because he loves farming. His dad was a farmer, his dad's dad was a farmer. And I love farming. So that's what we have to be working with, man. I mean, farming or very brains, what's the I got a question, then we can move on. Yes, sir.
You said from the net pond, the roots have to be 1 inch into the water. Do they grow down from there, or do you have to keep lifting them?
So that is a new direction that I had.
Oh.
You want just a belief submerged in the water. Nothing moving. Charlatans produce this little movement. No one's will find his way down. So I'm pulling it, if I'm going watermelon, they don't. And when I went there, can't see planning and planning for the market. But it's that's the way I'm answering your question. You were referring to this, correct? Yes, sir. And I'm been a mind now. Yeah. Neighborhood where we have no so cold source. I mean, what about how are the strong you need to have to really all arguments not strong. So I didn't bring down maybe 30 minutes for about 16 behind the house. Because the other points you're missing. The machine, I have my first kid. Get them holding. So we're talking about these type of systems. And they deny it's a lot or too cold. Because if you put this in a little cell, some steam, something you need to temperature regulations, what do you mean significantly brings? So you have to have those sciences, you have to try to the roots are going to get too warm, you can place a little bit. But another solution that I really want to bring for shared was for container farm. So container farm. So it's great to see the container farm. Where was why they have like micro farm, so they're micro innovation and they're only science. 40 container. 46 times on my rights. And suddenly was now become the dentist scientist. Make circles. The AI platforms, the tech, the HMS, and even more importantly, we can do some predictive analytics. We can determine what place in can, how to make sure we can buy something, what reports. And these containers are controlled and held. The fingers, it makes it ensures it stays 90 degrees. Year round. So imagine it's Chicago and remember you will take names to your family. Walk to your container, go out to your brains and you're on your plate. So container farming is pretty cool person. Space using the method in your business.
David was wanted me to let you know, I'm gonna start setting for the next experiment. You keep doing everything you're doing about just now.
Well,
where farmers story and started using phones, phones. Phones about we were still important phones. And ever about that. And then that all in there, that's why I do about the that's how. You see, phones, and choices, price and other people, they are in shoes, that here.
Start regulating this. You are soon. Trying to tell me to say the other. You don't want to do that. On the it seems to be 5 acres. Looking at the way where the issues are with this draws technology. It is remarkable saving more time and money because my dad bought homes. Everyone, I've got grains that have been eaten up by pigeons. Now I thought we're going to go pretty fast. I go pretty high. I went to 400 feet with law and regulations. But below 400 feet under the policeman see through farm, build the farmer, a man, that's just the it's a future, it's the summer of years. So the woman man, while he's in that certain places to do it. Now, the leaders, even talking about the black rule like that, that works. How about just getting the land? Right, to buy a home for fun. It's fun. And with AI and wind place, you get to the farm, you see the but it's flying over PBS. Go here. And Mars, but maybe this might make moments of the walk about. So, warriors, those are here, and the one that goes on the reality. Because what the AI is doing tonight, maybe they can point which was. Then I'm asking, what yes, yeah, so how does pardon. There's a great systems out there, those are systems out there, is hardware does not see where it's already integrated. Right, it's called replay mapping. Say, hey, we want to understand and experience 800 items. We got it on. We get you some see maybe from how we work what we to know. Where students in for the other so from are you not working for you guys may be one for the medicine for five bread and buy at clothes for five parents. She's making sustainable. Just like making water. More than so so it's in the brain, that's right. And you're sober. All right. Any other questions on that question? Balance, question. So I, yeah, it's not.
In regards to the agro, bodies, how far did you put the robot sensor in, or do you just take a picture?
We got, it's not about since 1963 on my brain, one brain for this. Okay, and we have it's something in science. We can bring reports. We got the water, so water, wind, so what seasons are the season of the what energy exists, those particular seasons. The water is in there, we got water, we feel like a kind of energy, and we can do something better. Was probably from this. So we learn about the I'm trying to find the but if you know the time, I feel like right now. So how it's very Please do it again. I don't mind when you do this in a seamless way. I love understand already.
pH is and how it is plants. And in addition to pH, how plants actually right? For that photosynthesis, right? It's very pH is a safe potential and stop essentially the more and that scale goes from 0 to 14. And from 0 to 14, then what we call a symbol, and then from 8 to 14, then we call base, right? And human plants, we like our pH to be right around 6%, right? And so in nature, Helen was mentioning ways that we can test pH. This is a cool way that we can test pH at home or in the garden, right? And so what this is cabbage juice. Basically, you can take a red cabbage, you can put it in your blender with hot water, and you blend it up, then you're left with this nice purple liquid. And the purple represents a neutral pH, right? So this is I brought up a pH scale that you guys can kind of check out. And it can give you an idea about what's going to happen when we add different types of chemical or so. And so this is one way to be able to visualize and understand what's occurring when we add different fertilizers and nutrients to our soil. So I brought along a collection of different ingredients that you might find around the house. And I want you guys to guess what they're going to be before we put them in the solution. And then you can see what's going to happen. We're going to does anybody have an idea what things something? Hunger direction and put by page? What do you think? Sort of. Aspirin? Wow. Yeah, that's a little bit of that baking soda to the liquid. You can see this. What's up in there?
You got children in the world. So I'm not what kind of we're going to be putting into our songs. And there's a big work. You are there. It makes as much as you like. It's next song. The change is shade the short. Now, the wonderful thing about the pH indicator is that it can move in both directions. So you have to put a little bit of this line inside. And what do we know line uses? So, and the thing, get your acid. So now, why don't you make some of the lemon juice into your indicating solution? What this is representing, you make a allegation, NPK. Does anyone know what NPK stands for? It's nitrogen, phosphorus, and abbreviation of and usually those factors used to finger white and promote from. They each have their own appreciated line. So it's important when you're figuring out your needs to be able to put your plan at the right level of pH. Because if it's too acidic or it's too basic, your plant's not going to be able to actually absorb the nutrients from your soil. You'll have what they call lock-in. You don't want your plant to be locked in. Because then you're going to experience a seated green. Even from a bigger be strong. The king. Right? I have to make some things here. Okay, I'm going to do a great segue to the second part of this series. Now, I think it's really critical to understanding how plants
So there are two other ingredients I want to use. Let's see. One this. Our next investment is really active, like in a way, when you actually fix the basics. And you're gonna be able to see that there's a lot of this. If you want, I think then you can put it in one ready mix, or you can put it in one that hasn't had any, so you can add it to it. You see where that's gonna fall. So now we have a little bit of an understanding of what's huge. Now you can get it from activity with the leaf total color. Let's start that. Somewhat. Yeah. Here you go. Some plan I'm getting to but one of the most important and fundamental plants is the process of capillary action. Does anybody know what capillary action is and how it works? Capillary action is actually a process which allows water to fight against the forces of gravity. So you imagine you water the root of your plant system, right? What capillary action is what allows that plant to draw the water from the soil, run through the stems, and then into the leaves of the plant, where those nutrients can interact with sunlight and chlorophyll to create the process of photosynthesis. And so these are in plants, the process of photosynthesis or capillary action happens in a part of the plant called the xylem. And the xylem is a very microscopic tissue that you can't see without a microscope. But there's actually a really good example that we can do using paper tongue, because the tissue in this tongue are actually very similar to the xylem in the plant. And so I want you guys to take your paper tongue here and kind of wrap it up into what would look like a plant stem. I'll give you all some paper towels to wrap up in your plant stems. Nice. And when you all have you all have your little plant stems from me, you let me know, and we're gonna do the experiment. One of plants around leaves. I'm gonna one with you guys. So what we want to do is we want to take our two bullets, right? And put them next to each other, kind of pull a little V into our tongue. And then you want to dip just the ends of the tongue into the water and watch what happens. And leave them submerged in there. You can start to watch the magical process of capillary action. You see how the liquid is starting to rise up through the paper towel?
That's exactly the same process that allows plants to take water and nutrients from the root system put up into their leaves. And this really occurs with two different principles of water. The first being cohesion, and that's just a fancy way of saying that water likes to stick together to itself. That it's hard. You ever pretend you're Superman in the shower, you let the water run down your arm, or Spider-Man, and it comes, man, whatever, and you have the water come running off your fingers? That's cohesion, where the water wants to stay together, right? And the other principle is adhesion, where water likes to bond to a surface, right? So those two principles working together is what allows the liquid to actually move up the stem of the plant and into the leaves. And you'll see if you got two different colors, eventually they'll kind of meet in the middle. But this is just, I really wanted to explain the most basic parts of how a plant works, because I think that something that you can't see without a microscope, being able to have a visual demonstration like this really helps to understand the most basic level and some of really the most important elements of how your plant actually is able to grow and thrive. And there's one last element to this experiment that I think would highlight how capillary actions work and the importance of having what we call, this really small tube, these series of small little tubes where one can run. So I'm going to give you guys the straws, and I want you to dip the straw into one of your solutions, and then lift the straw up just a little bit so the end of the straw is still in the water. And look real close near that surface of the water. You're going to see that the water actually stays in the straw, even as you lift it up a little bit. That water is fighting against gravity. And this is just to further illustrate when the size of the tube or the cells inside each plant are larger, that they don't. I'm sorry, I forgot to put that on the Yes. So are you guys seeing how there's water still inside your straw? You lift it up just a little bit, but it's still inside the water. You see how it's in there just a little bit? That's because when the straw is large, the principle of capillary action is much more difficult to occur. You see how there's still a little water in the tube above the level? That's capillary action. And it's just less, it has less strength to fight against the forces of gravity as the size of your tube increases. Here, in water. You see how, look right at the water bubble there, build some inside the straw, but it's not able to rise all the way up the way it is to get the top, right? That paper towel is going to keep them climbing. And if you got it up here, you might see it really. Turn this to still up and all the water a little bit. That's really water able to rise up and then before to the ground. Does anybody have any questions about this experiment, or was this a little more fun than just getting come on? Hold on. Good. We learned a lot of really important things today. This would be an awesome day for being able to get people who maybe haven't been in the plan before a little bit of understanding how you can start to. I think if I'm doing smile, I'm just to know my own plans. That is something that I can invest a little bit of time into, because at the end of the day, that being able to have that resilience of knowing that you can provide for yourself and not have to rely on external sources for everything that you need in life, I think is something that if you start young and practice that, it helps you build your confidence and helps with many different aspects in your life. And of course, eating healthy homegrown food benefits the mind as well, right? Where we're able to have, as humans, the proper nutrients that we need to be able to live strong and successful lives. So if anybody have any questions, I'm happy to answer any of those. So anyone improving your content? Yeah. You made it. You want me to go? That requires like a really heavy pace and things of like things being like a so many things, you know, speaking to you on people around that's all I need. It's like you mentioned, I that was interesting. My home so through the essentially which one makes you down. They have names of the wonderful things. So that when we go in and so you know, as I said.
I need sugar in my coffee. Got brothers in the lobby, say they wanna guard my body. If I sing, I have nothing to them. Lazy paparazzi. They ate up all the brownies, now they smoking over Rocky. By time they found something to do. Dancing in the naughty with girls that look like Jackie Brown. Hella female power. They know that we from out of town. Charge you by the hour just to see us play our favorite song.
People looking at me, think my life is a movie, a method with no direction. Do they see what we're doing? See what my shooters are shooting? Folks that can't win for losing. While I hear a beat that's on repeat, that jackpot is producing. Circle is sorta choosy, say low high sorta moody. She just staring at a brick wall and she ain't said nothing to me. I'll tell the truth till you see that both of us are so groovy. We be jamming, yeah.
Jam on it, 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 jam on it. We be jamming. Each time you try hard enough, it feels so oh,
Who the fuck you is? Hey, you talking all that game about junk? Come to me and see what's up. Okay? Hey, thank you, sir. Thank you for following me. About junk. Leave me the fuck alone. Call you a woman. Say what? Say what? Say what? Hey. Say what? Talk loud.
I think that's the concept here, and if you have anything about news, where I'm going to go to rebuild. And these are some of the things that I mean, it's very important. You know, we don't have, we don't have anything, but every paper gets a lot. So we always need to have like a good outfit. And then when you change in down, you know, the something that are required. When in government is different, it can from government put the cost to be able to get from the new input sources, then you download the program. There are problems because a lot of stuff as well as like the old technology, but I download some things so you need to know technology that don't really and so they did kind of solution now and also. But we have to integrate that's the kind of basic thing, you know. So even the some technology that we have about technology, and not just continue to use technology with innovative to optimize the cost. Not only that, if we're able to do something a certain level of certain norm, where people can afford it, then that's what we're trying to work for. The other thing, technology is about repetition, like, you know, going train, you can find when you want to walk down, I think that the technology, people are doing the thing like tankers and talking about. So we have system actually can detect where the soil needs the temperature and another thing is when you're leaves are yellow, then you add nutrients. And so it's not always standing when it's maybe not why to do that. Because I think that about we talked about technology, but it was really not a problem that we worried it would change humans and then people don't have a job and stuff like that. Really, the main one thing about it is how to expand human development. So how to manage soil in yes. And this one, using the technology, we can work a lot from farm. We don't really have to very much yet. So we only do this thing where how we do, we'll sell multiple, we'll do food, they'll do education, they'll do solar power, they'll do multiple things. So one technology, we use it in many ways. That is here, the government are getting much more managing. Yeah. I actually have one I haven't done why we look at on because I think that's something to go on my learn about it. Yeah. You can get that thing. I think it's how yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay, everyone. Probably that's even during the time zone. We have small drones and flying on the and because the problem is not problem, but sometimes they need pollination to happen other on the plant and and things like that. But if you don't have these, how do you get that pollination? So the big company can either multiple small drones for flying on, they use and these drones are the ones that do the pollination. So I think earlier there was a question about whether the technology was expanding with whether to deploy gas for it. And I think in these fields it seems like it is being run by young people. The technology is very exciting and being able to expand in agriculture is something that I'm excited about. It's a whole new way of doing that. So it's not essential about being hitting the soil like just thinking roads and things like that. The problem is not the problem. The reason why there's not solar in Singapore because if you don't use it, you know the state you can need it. think that we don't have more time than yes, very extreme. So my case, then the so we do communicate but our area so large that we cannot think that we can talk about even people come out so that straight into that so that leads to so far. But some people that so we want the station we don't really because the very time they do have problem and they find that around. So like my and then I don't get some I don't and I don't get enough of land to that enough found out but if it's not working if you are all the different things greater the challenge that you have to solve. So I don't find it being focused on why reason why because that's why starting to change and the things that you talk about in terms of looking at the lead timeline, you can kind of get close and then months. So you have to close look at the individual needs of all different kinds. Or you feel getting that they will I mean I don't picture anything but you think that so but what time it then I not and room in the matter. Then you get everything so this is so we probably like that being farmer and doing so it's not a big a lot of things that technology. The chief is that which in even the technology but it you as done that you can only go back or maybe you don't need to use these part of time. But that's right. That's something like nothing. Right. And then yeah, I can believe one of the big categories is really to the small scale and technology. In terms of random doing technology, yeah, we're very much on financial power, you for other industry. I have a very, and that's really imagine that. So the company is very good. It's not a way you can have a nice buying for that. And then it's really the whole having that line. Then we find that you have to be really that program. The thing is that it's still spoiling because we don't really have. So it's still a bit that we don't have an important major and all the nice and like chemistry. So really need to put together and try to do something similar, even if we're doing what in like I see something that we might work. So I think in terms of the future and sort of bringing technology into a lot young ideas and there's a lot of potential building out like a lot of environments. So I think it's quite effective in the of the challenge that as you to talk about solving that in when so then in Singapore. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of about that shows you. Yeah, so this is a snapshot of our detail of original and one never found this the dog is it's not being successful on it, but we're trying to figure it out. We don't really have an ecosystem maybe work yet. But I think as more people get into the game, look at it. Thanks. Yeah. Oh, I mean,
their troubles, whatever. So What do y'all think about the program for like the many countries all over for
all of them. So, during okay, very so far for the general. Yeah, we get it. But we can't really come up with that. But even from the border, Thailand, Vietnam, they do a lot of they have a lot. Right now, I'm really down to the of this. Yes.
I'm wondering, when you hear all the mention of the something, it's so important for all the your students to see. And it's was done. Maybe the end of the summer.
Opportunity content. But even if the come over the 91 and remove the common is not very accepted to me today. But they go bigger collaboration thing. But I think if I can bring it up to even see that the we can set something that to support us. And I think right now when I bring it up to them, it's not they are really more good. But it's a good time, they're really interested in the time. So they haven't been talking them out.
and then she partner fighters is kind of like on with them.
Very, I think you need to realize because you want the bigger thing than us. Got big in the US. So we cannot look at the government. Cost because you know, we don't really have like so in Chicago then there's very strong sort of local in Singapore we don't have it. It reached a point where sometimes you say it's one of the like so it's gonna be expensive, it's gonna be like over engineered, like not really relevant. So we kind of interested in how Chicago kind of actually can reflect a bit on how why we're not really significant and it's expensive. I think I this I learned like when we explore them they also talk about and why we in support Singapore. Right. When we do that awareness about it. Okay.
So companies like the rooftop parties, how would the support citizens have access to it? They purchase online or would they be able to get it from the storefront?
We can find out. Yeah, we can find right now it's all online. You can't get it online. So the problem is for supermarket, they need a certain quantity which the stores cannot get. So they do it through online platform to direct meeting to the but the problem with that is that the other don't know then we will stay set up a online shop. Yeah, so that's why the students then we try to get them involved in marketing. So those are a bit more friendly on TikTok being the main yes.
It's so what price points, what's grocery stores, what works good in the right purchasable.
Yeah, so it's more expensive, but it's not expensive to the point people actually don't want to buy it. I think it's more that they don't want to drive down to pick it up. Yeah. Because I think right now you have a food package product as well. So if there is smaller, so the game is slightly in smaller quantity. So it doesn't feel like that in the right one. Yeah, like that's the item that's one. Nice. Yeah.
On the tops, like, so do the government, kind of like just telling them, hey, I have to have plans for y'all. Or do your own one be like, hey, you wanna buy into this urban farming type things, like, how do they start the, you know, sort of for a mobile line process, of course, so how do I, if I had a top, how would I be able to be like, hey, grow stuff? I can't really.
It depends. The way you see most songs. So multi-dollar the first level. No conformance. So the government is more or less that and so they can just that they were not paying people come to new law. Yeah, so they install demand side. again, in terms of if I learn going around in my farm, don't start to move that. Some of them that really good, right? I think it's science. I remember program I know one of the biggest factors in being open to the global environment is energy costs. Programs where the government is subsidizing black home utilities on this type of farming. Singapore, yeah, the farming mentioned the movement of the relative people. Yes, initially, but right now the government believes that to involve really competitive on that the amount of power you can get. So that's why from the family get like the thing that really need technology and apparently education and other things like that. So then this new trend taking out very in terms of killing the biggest realization. But if you build locally down on environment different. So the idea that you want to do is what if it's not a balance but it's a farm. So then people argue whether you pay for it, no matter what's the problem. It's not really that each that the problem, but the topic is built into the real estate that itself. So that seems to be a way that people are getting around the problem. But the big the question they are asking, the government used to do it. Right now, they try to take their hands off, but it's very difficult sometimes because it's not that so when they go back to just outdoor plans on or that's a bit. But there was still one of the people on the science. Spread, yeah. Didn't you start to happen? Oh, yeah. I did them. I'm a big really, I'm a big fan, yeah. Like, so I have done is that, in Singapore, we have so much like that we actually share our life so that it doesn't get, doesn't get stuff. So we making it we finally really built in solar panel so that it shake off stuff by building a technology. So we are the plan. Yeah. Yeah. So that's one that I'm going Dengan naik din eh, thank you tumakas na. Why? Well, fingers, everything.